Hello and welcome. I fixed the game audio. It's all good. And yeah. I did some stuff on YouTube besides Twitch, but it was just side quests, aetheryte quests, and gathering aetheryte currents. You can find those videos on my YouTube, but I'm gonna finish this quest chain here and move on to the role quest. First things first, we need to get those crystals back to the mall as quick as we can. Right now, there's nothing stopping the blobs from jumping into those pits and bringing back their master. Oh, I'm such a fool. Grammy always told me I'd have to be stupid to go anywhere near the maw or of Sashaya, and she was right. If anyone gets hurt, it'll be my fault. We have to hurry. No sightings around the mall, I said. Shows what I know. Yeah, we came back just in time. I found Wes not being attacked by 3 of those things, but they ran off as soon as I arrived. Must have been the stone in my pocket. They're getting bolder, yo. We need to do away with them before they can hurt anyone else. You go after them. I'll get Westnut back to the springs. The blobs that were attacking Westnut can't have gone far. You need to finish them off before they find someone else to take their anger out on. You got them. Oh, thank you, yo. Yes, thank you, both of you. You saved my life. I was done with Kaya Mene's deliveries, so I thought I'd take a look around the maw itself, see if I could find what was keeping the blue blobs away. Turned out the answer was nothing. I fought them off as best I could, but it was 3 against 1. If it weren't for you, I'd be a dead man. You're wrong. The only reason they attacked you is because of us. Because of me. So that's how it is. Old stones, old magic. Yes, the stones were the only thing keeping them from the pits. I'm sorry. You weren't to know, but now we do. The question is, what are we going to do about it? We know that the blobs are attracted to burning ceruleum, and we know they're dangerous. But we also know that they won't go anywhere near the kind of stones you and Yo found in the pits. That, to me, adds up to a plan, provided we can get our hands on more of them. Grammy said the stones were mined from Coeca Canyon. If there are any more in there, we can dig them out and place them around town as a barrier to the blobs. Alright, you head down to the canyon and see what you can find. I'll keep converting your deliveries till you get back. Luck be with you. Next stop, the canyon. If we can find a seam of this stuff, we can finally keep our people safe. Speaking of, I hope you don't mind coming with me again. I'm a taper, not a fighter, and there's a lot of open desert between here and there. Ah, there you are. Are you ready to go? Uweka Canyon to the south of town near Luweta. Remember, you're looking for more of that stone we found in the cerulean pits, understood? Alright then, let's head out. The warding stones were a lot paler and more crystalline than the rest of the rock around here. Let's split up again. Give me a shout if you find anything that looks like the stuff we found in the pits. The sandstone walls made of layers of hundred of hues, red, ochre, and gold. Alas, there is none quite the same shade as the warding stones. An interestingly shaped stone among the pile catches your attention, but alas, there's nothing pale or shiny about it. You pull one of the bones from the sand and chunks break off. A surprisingly crystalline chunk whose resemblance to the stone you found in the Mall of Shenshea is unmistakable. No use. I've looked and looked, but all I see is sand. Well, that and sandstone. Did you have any better luck? This is it. The same stuff as the warding stone. Where did you find it? A bone, you say? I remember my Grammy telling me about something like that. She said that when an animal dies in the desert, its bones are swallowed by the sand. They take on the aspect of the earth below, gradually turning into stone. But if it's a great beast, a powerful beast, it's the earth that takes on the animal's aspect instead, and the sands around it become imbued with its aether. That must be why blue blobs stay away from the maw of Shanshaya. They can't get yet sen- they can yet sense the beast whose bones these once were, and they're afraid of it. But if we want to keep all of our operations safe, we're going to need a lot more stones like this, and that's going to take a lot of digging. If the Overseer's not willing to pay for a few guards, I doubt he'd give us the guild to open up a new dig site. Don't look at me. I'm a fighter, not a financer. If it's skill you need, I know someone who might be able to lend you it. Oh yeah, the other dude. You do. Friends in high places, eh? Suppose you make a lot of them in your line of business, helping folk out as you do. Anyone I know? Sitekwa, the moneylender? I know him, if only by reputation, but what a reputation it is. Let's head over to History and ask if he can help. Right. Yo, it's good to see you again. Can I buy you a drink? You prefer a mine? Well, at least I can do is hear you out. After all you did for me, your friends downstairs, you say? Then what are we waiting for? Let's talk business. Thanks for introducing us, yo. I gave Sitekwa the gist of things. He says he's thinking about it. So if I understand the situation correctly, Kayamane here needs to mine fossilized beast bones, but our manager is too tight to fit the bill. Alright then, let's go and have a little talk with this overseer of yours, see if we can come to some arrangement. Really? You don't need to hear anything more? What more is there to hear? If Yo vouches for you, that's good enough for me. I owe her a debt, and I mean to pay it. Besides, this proposal of yours sounds like it could be of benefit to the whole of the wilds. Thank you. In that case, let's head over to the springs right away. You too, Yo. Real quick. So menacing. Hello. What are you for? I see many familiar faces here. Laborers may earn their coin in the springs, but they spend it in Hawaii. Just in time. Wes Nape's gone to fetch the overseer. He'll be in a moment. Sorry to keep you waiting, folks. I'm Tawanza, the man in charge of cerulean operations around these parts. I understand you have a proposition for me. Yes, sir, we do. It's about the beasts that have been prowling around the plants. And you're sure these stones really do ward the blue blobs away? How do we know this old legend you're basing everything on isn't just idle talk? They do, sir. I'm sure of it. 3 of them things had me cornered till Kayamane showed up holding one of those stones. They were afraid, and not of her. There's no doubt in my mind that if we can mine more of this stuff and scatter it around the cerulean works, just like her ancestors did with the Maw, we can keep the whole operation safe. If there's any operation left to keep safe, we're already in deep with the banks for the new rigs and the plant refit. Until production ramps up, where am I going to get the guild to open up a whole new dig site? I believe that's where I come in. I'm sorry, you are? Sitekwa, money lender by trade, working out of Hawaii. Your colleagues told me of the difficulties they've been having with these blue blobs. While they've only been sighted around Swansea Springs thus far, I am of the firm belief that they could soon pose a threat to all Shaloni. After all, if these creatures are attracted to the scent of burning ceruleum, it isn't only your wells that are in danger. The station, too, could soon find itself under attack. Indeed, I confirmed with one of my clients who works for the railroads that creatures fitting the description I gave him have been sighted along the tracks, so you see that I have a personal stake in this. I would be more than willing to lend you whatever funds you need to put your colleague's plan into action, and on terms that don't interfere with the daily running of your company naturally. Lest you forget, 2 of your workers have already been attacked. If ensuring the survival of your company is your primary concern, as I agree it must be, I urge you to act now. Please, sir, I don't want to lose my life or my job. How much do I pay you, Kayamene? It clearly isn't anywhere near enough. I ask you to drive your wagon for us, and you come up with a plan to save the whole damned wilds. Offer accepted. Let's get those bones out of the ground and keep our people safe. Thank you, sir. You won't regret this. Wasanabe, Kayamene, you're off porting duties. I'm putting you in charge of this project. Mr. Zitekwa, if you wouldn't mind stepping inside the office for a moment, we can discuss the terms of the loan. Looks like this is where we part ways. Farewell for now, my friend. This may go some way to repaying the debt I owe you, but I still consider myself to be well in arrears. If there's anything else I can do for you, you know where to find me. I should probably join them, but before I do, I wanted to thank you again. If it weren't for you, none of this could have happened. There are still a lot of dangers out there in the wild. Some we know about, a lot we don't. But bit by bit, we're overcoming the obstacles they throw before us. And with a little help from folk like you, I know that one day we'll make this a place where people can just survive. Not just survive, but thrive. Blah. Okay. That's it for this area. Besides the main scenario. But I'm gonna do my role quests. Good to see you, yo. Or should I say, Samandire. There's only one way to be sure. I need you to tell me something only you and I would know. When I used the cocoon to take on Ituka's form, what creature did I hunt? You never told me. It's really you. Wow, what a relief. Indeed, I never told you that my arrow struck a great wild boar, a prize for any hunter. Sam Adair is the only one who ever saw it. Sorry for doubting you, but I could think of no better way to expose him if he'd attempted to impersonate you again. I have to remain vigilant, after all, even though no news of his plots have reached me as of late. From here to Yangtze, people are on alert for many face aviator within their midst, and not even a stray cat is beyond scrutiny. While the Samadare can no longer act so brazenly, I'm afraid this means his trail's gone cold. We also have another problem. When he pushed me into the Ruby Sea, the remedy I carried was soaked in salt water. I'm afraid it's no longer effective. No doubt his plan from the start was to eliminate the one means we had of undoing the cocoon's mimicry. We're at a disadvantage too great to ignore, which is why I intend to synthesize a new batch. I was just about to go procure the necessary ingredients from the supplier when you arrived. Why don't you join me? I've never heard of such materials. Where are they found? Deep in the forests of Tyrol, a land beyond the Great Sea and far, far to the west of here. Tyrol, I'm afraid my supply chain does not extend quite that far. I feared as much. It doesn't help that the materials can only be harvested when the season is right. Even were I to return home now, I doubt I could find what we need. We've no choice but to give up on the remedy. I'm sorry. Now we're at the mercy of Samidaire's cunning. Hello there. Tell me, have you any salves that might ease my aching back? Sir, this isn't the apocryphy. Where are your spectacles? Oh, yes. How could I forget? Ah, much better. Ah, sometime I forget that I'm as blind as a bat without these. Forgive me, Shirokashi. Excuse me, but do those bits of glass covering your eyes help you see better? Well, yes, are you unfamiliar with spectacles? I've seen folk wearing them before, but I always thought they were decorative, like my choker. Tell me, where can I procure a pair of my own? Yumbaki is your man. He has a breadth of artistic contacts who will ensure you receive a pair fine-tuned to your specifications. You'll find his shop on this very street. I'll look for him. Thank you. I'm sorry, you must be completely bewildered. I thought a failure of a hunter like me would never be able to aid you in battle, but I've just come to realize there's hope yet. But let's not crowd this stall any longer. Care to join me over there? Ever since I was a child, I've had trouble seeing things from afar. That's why my aim with the bow is so poor. I'm not fit to be a hunter, never was. It's only natural that chores like washing sheets and preparing meals fell to me. But I always yearned to do more, to be more. I've looked up to Itoka ever since I can remember. No matter how hard I tried, I simply couldn't give up on my dream. I had to be just like her. So I begged her to teach me everything she knew, from the basics of drawing a bow to precise aiming techniques that few hunters use. Yet, despite all her efforts, my sight failed me where it counted most. All my life I thought that was simply how nature intended for me to be. I was content to accept my lot. But now that I know spectacles may improve my eyesight, I feel hope. If I could just try them, mayhap my arrows would fly true. I could join you in battle, and maybe even strike down Samadare with my own arrow. We may have lost the remedy, but this would give us an element of surprise. So I have to try on spectacles for myself. Alright, let's go meet this Yamabuki. I wonder what procuring a pair of spectacles entails. A pair of spectacles, is it? I can certainly get your order in the pipeline, but I'm afraid there'll be a wait. I'm fresh out of supplies, you see, and the next shipment isn't due for a number of weeks. Of course, if you're in a rush, you could roll up your sleeves and get the materials yourself. All you need is the glossy shell of an azure hawse bill and a cluster of arlorant ports. Bring them here and my affiliates can begin work immediately. Who knows what schemes Satomari might contrive should we let down our chase for weeks. Would you be willing to lend me a hand with procuring the materials? If we split up, we should be able to gather them in the blink of an eye. Quite the eager pair, I see. In that case, I dare say you'll be able to negotiate with the Blue Kojin for a caterpiece of splendid quality. I visited Tamazu during my investigations in the Ruby Sea. I'll handle the shell. That leaves you with the Orlorent quartz. Pray look for a cavern near shoal rock in the ruby sea. Sprinkle some glittering gravel to lure a shore Irumashu from its lair within and retrieve a cluster from its shell. Let's meet back here when we're finished. Remember, you will find the creature hiding in its lair within a cavern near shoal rock. You must sprinkle glittering gravel to draw it out, and then vanquish it to procure the Orleans quartz. And I really can't go into that tower. There's gotta be some way. You're the first to return. I trust you have the quartz in hand. Excellent. This will make for a fine pair of lenses. Now we need only wait for your friend. I'm back. Sorry, didn't mean to alarm you like that. I spoke with the Kojin of the Blue as planned, but soon learned that Hawksbill shells have been sparse of late. They were reluctant to part with a single one. I was able to wear them down, though, until they proposed an exchange. If I dealt with the Red Kojin who'd invaded their fishing grounds, they'd spare a shell. I knew my bow would be useless, so I took the leaf out of Yo's book and fought him up close and personal. As you can see, I took quite the beating, but so did they. I may be a little worse for wear, but the trouble is worth it. I have the shell as promised, and with it, your associates can get started. Indeed, they can. Let us first measure your eyesight, and then they can get to your work. This is incredible. Everything is so vivid. Why, I'm sure I could hit a bird over the horizon. Come, Yo, I want to fire some test shots at the sign over there. Hold on, that seems like a fine way to earn the ire of the Shinkansumi. I'll prepare some targets for you. So let's move somewhere less crowded. Of course. Thank you for going to the trouble. Hey. I did it. I really did it. After all these years, my aim is true. When we find Samidire, he won't know what hit him. Excuse me. I don't know if I can properly describe this feeling to you. After so long, I don't feel like someone pretending to be a hunter. Finally, I don't feel like a burden. As soon as I catch even a whiff of Satamari's trail, we'll stop him for good. When that moment arrives, please lend me your strength for one last time. Together we'll retrieve the cocoon and return it to my village. Level 100. Wonder how I get if we get job role like armor. I don't actually know. From here on out, we won't stop working till the train's ready. If you have any preparations, now would be a good time to see them. The boarding call will come before you know it.
Right, we're just about done with the modifications, but I have to stress that we cannot afford a test run.
It's fine. We understand and accept the risks. We have faith in you and your craft. I'm sure everything will go to plan. With all the hard work everyone's put in, it couldn't be otherwise.
Finished at last! Behold, the pinnacle of locomotive engineering, the Dawn Blazer.
Amazing!
Yep, she's been fitted with wooden armor and a crystal grounding rod to mitigate the effects of lightning. Naturally, we had to overhaul the engine so it could handle the extra weight.
I also had her outfitted with etheric cannons, the better to contend with enemy forces. And as they're modelled upon those used at the Crystarium, I can attest to their potency.
So, what do you reckon? Given the tight turnaround, I'd say we did a damn good job.
It's a shame we have to blow her up.
Glad she's to your liking. I hate to let go of such a beautiful piece of machinery, but I know you'll give her a proper send-off for us.
At the risk of spoiling the mood, we should probably get moving.
Yep, you won't get far if you let them pummel you from the air, but you'll be safe enough once you reach the tunnel.
In that case, I will conceal the train with a spell once everyone is on board. It should last long enough for us to reach the tunnel unnoticed.
Right. So everyone, are we ready?
We've done all we can. Rest is up to you.
I won't let you down. All aboard!
Vanish! At this speed, we should arrive at the dome in no time at all.
But not before we're spotted, I expect. Stay alert!
Here we go.
They've switched to firearms!
Oh dear.
Raha, jump!
Erinville, I need you to take over for me.
End of the line, everyone!
Oh, that was too close. Still alive, Erinville?
Mostly.
At last, the enemy stronghold. We should hurry before they can regroup.
Let's go and find out what's inside.
I see. Dungeon. The idea of venturing into enemy territory is daunting. But I believe I'm ready, or as ready as I'll ever be. There's no way Zoralja will be able to ignore our explosive entrance. Just a little further and we'll be inside the dome. We could have made We couldn't have made it this far without the train. Let us see to it we go the rest of the way. Blah. The rest is up to you now. I can make my own way back, so don't worry about me. Take care, and good luck. I'll remain out of sight until the fighting is over. At the risk of repeating myself, try not to do anything reckless. $97. Okay. I'm gonna take a little break here and I'll be back with the dungeon. Yeah. Got ourselves a dungeon. Okay. Hell yeah. Oh, they're already out, yeah.
What greeted us was not the home that I had left behind. There was no mistaking we had reached Yasulani, and yet it was wholly unlike my memories. The lands of my childhood had changed beyond imagining. To where had I returned? We tread on, the darkened skies above a mirror to my heart, clouded with fear and uncertainty.
How bizarre. This cannot be Yasulani, can it?
I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't this. What happened here? There was no sensation of passing into a different world. This couldn't be a reflection, could it? This is Yasolani? I was prepared for something strange, but this, it's like another world. I don't understand. Things keep getting stranger and stranger. Looks like I got their technology. Only 3 left. It doesn't make sense. That tower, was it always there? No, definitely not. Nor the wall over there. The material's not something we use in Terral. It's closer to what we saw at the gate of the Golden City, or those mechanical soldiers. Such a massive structure couldn't possibly have been built in so short a time. Then I'm inclined to assume we've been transported to another location, or perhaps... Well, speculation will avail us not. We need to learn more before we can draw conclusions. Let's take a look around then. This place is unnatural in a way I've never seen before. This place is isolated by the dome, yet the skies are heavy with thunderclouds, the air oversaturated with lightning-aspected ether. I recognize the lay of the land. It's definitely Usulani, and yet haven't seen anyone so far. That looks like the train station, doesn't it? That must be Usulani station, where the passengers disembarked. Then perhaps we'll find someone to talk to there. Let's go and investigate. The Aetheryte is of Terrali design. It's fallen into disrepair, almost as if it hasn't been used in decades. Time travel. Amidst enormous alien structures, we have more familiar sights like this station. I'm pretty sure this is Yosolani Station. But from the state of it, I swear it was abandoned years ago. I'm not sure what to make of this. We should look around a bit more. The building is a rotting husk. It has clearly been many years since anyone lived here. The tracks are heavily rusted. It would seem they haven't been touched for a long while. This is a water town for trains, isn't it? You find a train turntable, but thick layers of rust suggest it hasn't been used in years. Finished poking around, have you? Let's have everyone gather if you all want to take a look at this. It's one of the mechanical soldiers. Lance said it's broken, apparently. But I'd say its presence confirms this is indeed Zoral Jaw's domain we're in. What about the rest of you? Did you learn anything? So all evidence suggests this is Yosolani Station. And I have no doubt we're in Yosolani, but I don't understand why these buildings are so run down. They were completed barely a year ago. For new structures to deteriorate and enormous ones to appear in a flash. But ain't no better. I'd say time flows differently here. Is such a thing even possible? We have encountered this phenomenon before, as it so happens. Though it may be difficult to believe, our world is but one of several. In some respects they are similar to one another, but in others wholly different. We call them reflections. Simply put, the rift between dimensions causes time to flow at a different pace in each world. While hours pass in one, years may have come and gone in another. But if this is Yosolani, then we should be in the source. The flow of time should be synchronized. I'm not sure if I follow all this talk of reflections and dimensions, but if Dawntrail says this is Yosolani, then it must be. Your village is a little further along, right? Aaronville. Oh, yes, it's a short distance to the northwest. Let's head there next, then. Rather than talk theory, it's always better to confirm things firsthand. May I be of assistance? Oh, it's the old Final Fantasy text boxes. It's still functioning. Similar to the shades from Omega's world. It doesn't seem to be hostile, at least. Perhaps we can ask it some questions. Can you tell us where we are? Unable to confirm credentials, please present citizen identification. Unable to confirm credentials. Confirm. Seems it's broken after all. Too strange by half. Let's leave it be and get going. Are those lightning rods? Would you accompany me for a moment? There's something I wish to investigate. Has eyes. Look here, the lightning appears to be drawn to those pulse-shaped structures over yonder. The design suggests there's some manner of lightning rod. Let's go and take a closer look. This material appears to be the same as that used in the mechanical soldiers and warships. On closer inspection, it appears to bear fine etchings, rather reminiscent of arcane runes. These, I suspect, they're not merely decorative. I would posit it used to harness lightning as a source of energy. Quite impressive technology. I'll share this observation with Y'shtola. For a blessing, the dome doesn't appear to interfere with link pearls. Thanks for accompanying me. Let's head to the village and find the others. This is Aaronville's village. No sign of anyone. Let's stay vigilant. Oh, Aaronville. What in the world?
home. It's in ruins. But why? And where is everyone?
I had a look in a few of the other houses, but they had clearly been abandoned.
Damn it all. None of this makes sense.
Excuse me? Are you looking for someone?
Oh, her again.
I apologize for giving you a fright. However, I did have reason to keep to the shadows. Sorolcha has told me a great deal about you.
Sorolcha?
Greetings, and welcome to the realm of Alexandria. I am Sphene, the Queen of Reason.
Queen of Reason? If you are the Queen of Reason, is there perhaps a...
Yes, if you mean to ask if there is a King of Resolve. Zorulja holds that title, and together do we reign.
Then you were both behind the attack on Tulishola.
And I doubt you're here to offer us a warm reception. No, you have it all wrong. I am not come to fight. Zorulja rules alongside me, but that is a matter of expedience. In truth, we are at odds, he and I. It is at considerable risk to myself and my people that I come before you to beg your aid.
Our aid? I'll admit I cannot imagine King Zorolja is keen to share and share alike. But if what you say is true, you're still the queen.
One second. That'd be something.
Indeed. But I was once the sole ruler of Alexandria. Until one day, he appeared, bent on conquest. In my weakness, I feared his power. So I persuaded him to forego violence and strike a bargain. I would remain queen, and he would receive technology that would empower him to achieve even loftier ambitions, along with the knowledge to use it. A gamble, to be sure, but if it might spare my people...
If I may, the dome surrounding these lands was erected but recently. How is it he was able to not only invade, but instate a new system of leadership in a mere matter of days?
I've never heard of your realm. And this place is, or at least was, Yasolani. The house I grew up in is still here. But 3 years ago, that tower and these strange contrivances weren't. Nor was our village in ruins. Where did you come from? And what happened to the people who lived here? You must know!
I realize how confusing this all must be. Truth be told, I don't fully understand it myself. What I can say is that one day, people from your Tuliolol suddenly appeared here in Alexandria. Or perhaps it was we who found ourselves in Tuliolol. Until but recently, we were completely unaware of events taking place beyond the barriers surrounding our realm.
Does this not remind you of the Crystal Tower? How after the 8th Umbral Calamity, we devised a means to transport the Spire across time and space from the source unto the first. Granted, this is on a much larger scale, if that is indeed what has happened. Not only the people and structures, but also the surrounding environment. Regardless, the people of Lakeland perceived the arrival of the Crystal Tower much as the Queen describes her own experience. Sudden and inexplicable.
Well then, you appear to have a better grasp of our circumstances than we do. Indeed, more than I dared hope. In which case, a closer examination of the effects of this phenomenon may afford us more insights. Allow me to take you to the outskirts. A number of the Shatona live there as well. Perhaps your acquaintances are among them.
Hold on. If we accept, there's no guarantee we're not walking into a trap.
But if we're to defeat Zorolja, we need to understand how he grew so strong. Besides...
You're right.
Queen Sphene, before we go, Your Majesty, I have to ask, did you really have nothing to do with the attack on Tuliholal?
Noble Wook Lamart, shall we dispense with the formalities? I'll not deny the soldiers and airships that attacked your people are products of Alexandria. But it was Zorolja, not we, who fashioned them into weapons of war and laid siege to Tuliolol.
So he alone is to blame.
No, I may not have prosecuted this war, but I nevertheless bear responsibility for it.
perhaps. I know next to nothing about you, let alone what you've been through. So by all means, show us around. I think we'll learn a lot from meeting your people.
Wonderful. If you would follow me.
Isn't it a little odd for the queen to be walking about on her lonesome?
Is that concern or suspicion? If things should take a turn for the worse, might I call upon your aid? I jest, of course. But you do strike me as the most capable here.
I think it goes without saying, but we're not going to trust her just like that, alright? And anyway, if you look at it, a mysterious girl who appears out of nowhere proclaiming herself a queen is suspicious. Well, having established that we should be wary, we could use more information. So let's head to this place, the outskirts, and see what we can learn, perhaps about Sphene as well. It's a relief to see the people here are well, at least. The innovations of Exaltria are nothing short of extraordinary. Those brick buildings, I've seen their like before, though I cannot remember where. Have you even seen such strange contraptions? I wonder what this one is used for. A most unusual farm, but the produce appears normal enough. Yes. Yes. I trust you have similar farming facilities in Tyrell. They're completely different from ours. I've got no idea what all those machines do. We settled on this approach after some trial and error. The Tyrell have their own methods of farming which they wanted to continue employing. But the environment makes it challenging. There's too much rain and not enough light. Thankfully, the use of electrope has allowed us to fortify the buildings here. as well as provide what nature cannot. Electro what? Electro. It's a material we use for myriad devices and applications. Topic for another time, perhaps. If you would follow me, we're nearly to the outskirts. It's a rather lively settlement, isn't it? In defiance of the ceaseless gloom, almost. It's a relief to see the people here are well. Hopefully the same can be said for everyone in Yasselani. It's fascinating how they've combined traditional bricklaying with electro-based engineering, a curious blending of two cultures. I'll admit, I've seen nothing particularly suspicious yet. This is Tanawatan Village, or at least it was before the dome and these strange contraptions.
Here we are. Though you'll doubtless find much of what you see in Alexandria strange, the traditional agriculture practiced in this village at least should be familiar.
Classic tune.
Queen's Fiend? What business brings her here, I wonder?
The Queen has come!
You look well, Paquine. And Katonye, I see you've already taken to your new position.
When she introduced herself as queen, I was expecting someone colder. Honestly, she reminds me of you, Lamachi.
Me?
It's only natural for a ruler to love her people. And I should like to know them as best I can, even the most trifling details.
The more you come to know them, the more you grow to love them. Who they are and what they've built.
That's it. Beautifully put.
And it would appear that she is well loved in turn.
Your Majesty, you honor us with your presence. And who are these fine people?
Tuliolo's vow of resolve Wuklamat and her companions. They come from beyond the barrier, but you needn't worry. They are good people and are to be treated as my honored guests.
The rumors of a link to the outside are true, then. Wuklamat is still so young. manners. I am Popone, a leader of sorts of the people living out here.
Papone? That has a ton of Wautan ring to it.
Right you are. I take it you hail from this region as well? Teshpiani, perhaps?
Yes, I do. I don't suppose you know a woman by the name of Kafkiwa?
Kafkiwa? I'm afraid I'm not sure if I've ever met someone with that name.
Oh. Mother isn't here. But it's a relief to know at least some of the people of Yasulani are alive and well.
Your mother, you say? Now that you mention it, I do see the resemblance.
You know my mother?
I do. Yes.
Then tell me, please, where is she?
I cannot say. Not here, but I promise I will in due time.
I have a question, Pepone. Do you recall what happened the day the dome first appeared?
The barrier? Well, I remember fixing a shelf that had collapsed after a terrible earthquake. Then the ground began to tremble. There was a brilliant flash of light, and then... Forgive me, my recollection of it all is rather poor.
You needn't push yourself, Popone. After 30 years, no one
30
could blame you
years.
for not remembering.
"30 years? As in 30 years in the past?"
Absurd though it may sound, there is no doubt in my mind the events that led to the joining of our lands occurred 30 years ago. Which is not to say I understand why our perceptions of the intervening time are so radically different. We only just became aware of the discrepancy when Zoralja's military base was completed, and we were at last able to venture beyond the barrier.
I believed you long dead. To have the chance to kill you myself is an unforeseen blessing.
"30 years. Little wonder Zoralja assumed our father had already passed away."
It's not unlike how time passes differently in the First and the Source. The fluctuating space of the rift between them disrupting temporal equivalence. Perhaps the same holds true here, and time flowed faster within the dome.
Do you suppose time is still passing faster in here?
I was able to make contact with Yestola not long ago via link pearl, so that shouldn't be cause for concern. And based on the Queen's account, this encampment may have come to serve as a physical bridge between the two planes, after which the dome was forced into the Source's temporal flow.
If we're to be certain of anything, we need more information. Sphene, would it be all right if we had a look around and spoke with the townspeople?
By all means.
Time to see what we can see of Alexandria, then.
and its people. I may yet find familiar faces among the survivors from Yasolani.
Even if I don't understand the half of it, I would learn more of this place before we confront Zorolja.
Perhaps you'd care to see how we make our living. Though we have always prided ourselves on the use of traditional Tonawatan farming methods, the use of electro-fueled technologies has led to countless agricultural innovations.
I would join you as well.
Ma'am, please, you needn't trouble yourself.
It's no trouble at all. And I promise not to cause any manner of distraction.
Reassuring words, or they would be had I not heard them countless times before. Very well, but do be careful.
Of course. I shall proceed with the utmost care. Now then, if you two would follow me, we can begin the tour.
I can't say that I trust her yet, but I trust that her affection for these people is genuine, and that's enough for me.
Touring farmlands with the queen of another nation is not how I expected to spend my day. Electro has done much to improve the efficiency by their farming, but hasn't replaced everything. The people wanted to preserve their old ways of life, and we did not want to force ours upon them. You went to such lengths that our cultures could coexist, even going so far as to learn our tongue. I'm sure everyone appreciated that. Communication was thankfully not an issue, for the Torali tongue is surprisingly similar to the Alexandrian. Of course, there are words and phrases for which there is no equivalent, but those can be taught with minimal effort. Through mutual respect, understanding, and patience, we Alexandrians and Torali have learned a great deal from one another. And I am sure that there is much you wish to learn as well, so please, if you have questions, do not hesitate to ask. Rather than bore you with lengthy explanations, let us head back to the farm we passed earlier. Yapoye Hollow it is called. We can speak with one of the farmers when we arrive. I guess we're off to Yupri's Halo. Nice smell. What do you suppose they keep inside this building? Here we are. I'm sure you'll learn a great deal from the workers here. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Allow me to introduce you to Mawusa, one of the most experienced farmhands in all of Alexandria. She's well versed in myriad farming techniques. Indeed, the wealth of knowledge she has shared with the other farmers is what has allowed this place to flourish. Queen Sphene, to what do I owe this sudden shower of praise? My apologies for the interruption. I am come with guests from beyond the barrier. They wish to learn more of Alexandria, and so I invited them to see how our crops are grown. I do hope that's alright. So the rumors of the visitors from the outside were true. What manner of hosts would we be to deny them a look around? And I gather your majesty also intended to check on things here. You know me too well, Mawusa. I thought to seize this opportunity to see how the farmers fare, and perhaps pepper them with a few questions, though I do enjoy observing and taking part in the work too. 'Twould appear we have her permission, so please walk the grounds to your heart's content. You go on ahead. I'll keep Sphene company. Don't misunderstand. I'm not the suspicious type, but given our positions, it would make sense for us to go around. It would make sense for us to go around together, wouldn't that you say? A fair point, but be sure not to let me out of your sight. I shall remain under Lamont's watchful eye. Pray come find us after you've seen your fill and spoken with other farmhands. My duties here are quite varied despite being merely a farmer. We all have to do our part if we're to prosper. That is a cool koala. Koala Joey. Okay. Doing Dragoon too, I see. Light levels appear to be fine. As for the power source, we should know about my job. I tend to the fields mostly, watering crops, keeping the soil fertile, and so on. It admittedly took some time until I fully understood how best to carry out my duties. I also manage the lamps we use in the fields. We do our best to keep everything up to code, but should they ever start malfunction, it's up to me to fix them. The land and sky being what they are, ensuring a rich harvest makes for constant work. But honestly, I enjoy how involved the process is. Both my parents being Alexandrian, I didn't grow up knowing much about anything about farming. Every day is an opportunity to learn and grow. If you should ever take an interest in farming, I'd be more than happy to teach you what I know. Oh, an unfamiliar face. I gather this is your first time on site then. Well, this here is the storehouse, or rather the entrance. The real storehouse is underground, much more spacious and equipped with a temperature regulation system to keep the harvest from spoiling. Since the entrance is so small, it's much easier to prevent wild beasts from wandering inside, which also makes it a viable facility for breeding and raising livestock. We've even got a few beds down there for emergencies. My parents often complain about how Alexandrian technology and electro complicate our lives, but it's just a matter of learning how things work. Take my job for instance. I'm presently overseeing the storage of harvested crops. They'll be taken up to the tower for processing, and from there find their way to every dining table in Alexandria. The work is hard, I'll not deny, but I take great satisfaction in what we do. I actually live up there. It's only for work that I come down to the outskirts. Cool outfit. I don't know why I thought I could fly. They're saying that you and yours are visitors from beyond the barrier. That true? So it is, which means we're connected to the outside world again. Not that I have a desire to leave, mind you. I'm quite content with the life here in Alexandria. But setting that aside, you're here to observe our work, right? As you can see, I'm in charge of livestock. Here at Yopi's Halo, we produce not only fruits and vegetables, but also meat, poultry, and eggs. Tending the animals is an absolute joy, but I have to be careful not to grow attached. It's always a little sad when they're shipped off, but a job is a job. Well, I need to get back to it, but it was nice talking to you. Please give my regards to the Queen. Perhaps later you could tell me more of what the world is like beyond the barrier. It's a shame Koan is not here to see all these bizarre contraptions. True. I see. Don't be too hard on yourself. Anyone would have been hard-pressed to deal with such a thing. Oh, welcome back. My apologies for failing to notice your return. I gather you've had your fill of speaking with the farmers. Let us return to Mahusa. Wow, that's unsettling. Well, what are your impressions of the farm? I was amazed that everyone loves their work. A curious observation. Do you not love your own work? Oh, but I jest. It's true that people of the outskirts seem the most fulfilled. Always, they take to their duties with good cheer. And what did you think of our little tour, Lamatio? What did you call me? Was that inappropriate? My apologies. I heard the others call you by that name and I thought... No, it's fine. As you said before, we've no need for titles and formalities. As for my thoughts, I was very impressed. That machines could be used to overcome such harsh environments is amazing. I've never seen anything like it. The feeling is understandable indeed. Many still find the machinery behind me baffling. It's a system that controls the distribution of water for the fields and livestock. It's been acting up lately, though. Acting up, you say? You needn't worry, my queen. It happens fairly often. Put simply, it's taken in water that had a strong lightning charge. We think some creatures have become charged up with the energy and they're releasing it into the river we use as a source. The system would be returned to normal if the creatures were dealt with, but I'm reluctant to beg it of the army. We could take care of that if you like. That is most gracious of you to offer, but it is much too dangerous. Oh, it's no trouble for the vow of resolve of Toriolol. Regardless of how the relationship between our nations may develop, if there are people in need, I want to help. Simple as that. And Yo is even stronger than I am. It shouldn't take us long at all. Then very well, I gratefully accept, but please take all care. This ought to go even faster if you and I search for lightning charge beams on our own. Good hunting. I do not doubt your strength, but please be careful. Sorry for dragging you into our troubles. If it seems too dangerous, don't hesitate to retreat. was weird. Wow, you really are strong. Ah, you're both alright. Thank goodness. You really needn't have worried so much. We barely broke a sweat dealing with the fiends. They're all gone now. Of course, I was worried, my dear. You're my dear guests. But thank you. We truly appreciate this. Indeed, with this we don't have to ask Sorrel Jaw's machines for help. He's been making a concerted effort to bolster his forces, sparing but a fraction for the people's protection. He thinks nothing of our safety, unlike Queen Safine. That's enough, Bausa. If you have grievances, I will hear them later, but to speak of the king now. No, she's right. He's never been one to look after his people. Anyway, thanks for letting us tour the farm. The folk here are delightful, and it was a pleasure to meet them. You couldn't have favored us with more uplifting words. My people are my pride and joy, and you never fail to let us know, nor how much you care. Of course, you're my precious family, all of you. You seem a good sort, Safine, that I'll admit. But you'll forgive me if I'm not ready to lower my guard for the enemy's queen just yet. Aha. For you to be called that, I dread to imagine what villainy your majesty has committed. Come now, this is no laughing matter. A ruler is responsible for the welfare of countless lives, and one wrong decision can lead to untold suffering. Failure is unconscionable. Now, I believe we are done with the farm. Let's move on, shall we? My apologies for laughing earlier. Your friend painted an image so far removed from the Sefin we know I couldn't help myself. Sorrel Jaw, you bastard. Perhaps we should head back to the outskirts. I dare say your friends will also have returned by now. My thanks again for dealing with the fiends. Come and visit us anytime. Like everyone, I have the utmost admiration for Queen Safine. It's a little embarrassing to say such things to her in person, though. Oof. Can I find everyone in here? There is so much for Alexandria I would love to show you. Oh, just looks like it's just her. Do you hear that?
What's happening over there?
It's nearly time.
I'm glad you could make it.
Are you with us?
Queen Sphene has come to see you.
We're here, Namika. Everything is going to be all right.
Namika.
Oh, what's the matter, dear?
It can't be. That's the bangle I gave to Namika.
You know her?
Of course I know her. She was like a mother to me.
I see. She was always willing to lend a kindly ear to others, but rarely did she ever speak of herself.
Is it really you?
She must have arrived shortly before the barrier manifested. For us, it was perhaps days, but for her...
Namika, it's me! Wuklamat!
I'm afraid her time with us is nearly at an end.
Has she no more soul cells?
She always used hers sparingly, but at her age, it wouldn't make a difference.
Ma'am, the ushers have arrived.
Thank you, Namika, for your many years of friendship. Take comfort in the knowledge that this is not the end. Be not afraid. Your memory will live on in us.
Living on in memory. The giants share a similar belief.
Wait! Where are you taking her?
Worry not. She is being escorted to a medical facility in the tower. There we will ease her burden. I had hoped to make arrangements for her sooner, but she wished to remain here for as long as possible. I could not bring myself to refuse her.
Is there any way I might stay with her for a little while longer? We may not share the same blood, but she was my mother. Please.
Let us give them some time alone.
She didn't speak, but I'm grateful that I could be with her at the end. Thank you.
It's not the end.
Hmm?
Oh, nothing. I was just thinking that we have much to discuss. Where shall we begin?
With what we can be reasonably certain of, perhaps. Between what we have witnessed and the testimony of Alexandria's inhabitants, it's safe to say that two distinct lands have indeed become one. What's more, having met Namika, there is no denying the divergence in the passage of time. Taken together, these phenomena strongly suggest that some manner of cross-rift displacement has occurred. Specifically, the displacement of Alexandria from another reflection to the source.
It does seem the most likely explanation.
What perplexes me, however, is the scale of said displacement. It far exceeds what could conceivably be achieved with a Void Gate, or even with the Crystal Tower. In essence, we are dealing with a localized instance of dimensional compression. The Ascians would no doubt liken it to a rejoining. Which invites the question, how was such a feat accomplished?
I wish that I had an answer for you, but this talk of reflections and dimensions is well beyond my understanding. I can only tell you that we lived peacefully under the barrier's protection for many, many years, until the day that peace was suddenly broken.
If I may clarify, the barrier predates Alexandria's displacement.
By several hundred years, yes. To when the continent we call home was ravaged by a devastating cataclysm.
Oh.
The barrier was erected to isolate us from the surrounding land's innocuous influence.
I see. And it was only later that it was whisked away, along with its contents, by means unknown.
In other words, Sphyn's as lost as the rest of us, right? The Alexandrians didn't mean to end up in Tural.
But of course, our next stop ought to be Everkeep. That tower over yonder. Once you have been registered as my guests, you will have access to Solution 9 and its residential district, where you will doubtless gain invaluable insight into Alexandria's state of affairs.
Unfortunately, I cannot take you directly to where Zeralja resides.
That you'd let us in at all goes a long way toward proving you're not content to let Zeralja do as he pleases. But we're not talking about a simple difference of opinion here. I've come to avenge my father, and to do so, I intend to take Zeralja's life. Are you willing to stand by and allow Alexandria's king to be slain?
A fair question. Permit me to answer it thus. My people come first. Their welfare is paramount. I will do everything in my power to keep them from harm. It is a ruler's duty. Now, I am off to register you at Everkeep. It may take some time, but you shall find the entrance open to you in due course. Oh, and ere I forget, your mother, Kafkiwa, you might try the Thunder Yards to the east.
The Thunder Yards? Is that where she is?
I'm afraid I can say no more than that. Make for the Thunder Yards, and all will be made clear.
It's not as if we have other pressing business. Not until we can get into this Everkeep, anyway. Thank you for earlier. And for being a friend to Namika these past 30 years. It means a lot to me.
Namika? I'm sorry, but I don't know who you mean.
What? We were just with her. If this is some sort of a joke, it isn't funny.
I don't mean to give offense, but I honestly have no idea who you are talking about. I'm sorry.
How can you not know who she is? You're in charge here. She was under your care.
Then in all likelihood, my memories of her have been stored in the cloud. Any person seemingly forgotten without reason is probably there, in the cloud. Oh, I really must be getting back to work. If you'll excuse me.
this. I've never seen nor heard of anything like this before. As far as I could tell, people genuinely had no recollection of Namika. We'll see how it is with other people. This is very unsettling. What's going on? How could Pepone suddenly forget about Namika? It's as if he never knew her. Could the same thing have happened to the others as well, I wonder? There's only one way to find out. Let's make inquiries about Namika in the area. We can reconvene afterwards and meet at the Aetherite. I feel like I'm missing something. There we go. Here, give me one moment. An old woman named Namika. I'm afraid I don't know that person. I'm sorry I can't be of more help. I'm sorry, perhaps someone else knows this Namika. Wow, so they forget the dead. That's crazy. I do not recall caring for someone until recently, and you say that it was a woman named Namika? Well, I can't say for certain if it was her. I wouldn't worry, I'm sure she's just been taken up to the cloud. The fact that they call it the cloud. It's not common, but it does happen from time to time. What's that? Do I know Namika? Never met anyone by that name, and I've worked at the outskirts for a good while now. If she spent time here, I would remember. Like as not, this Namika is up in the cloud. So it was the same for everyone. Not a single person remembers Namika. It's as if the memory of her has been purged from their minds. While such a thing might be done with magic, to alter the memories of so many at once would be a tremendous undertaking. We should have felt a surge of ether corresponding to the act too, and I sensed alone. And I sensed none in that moment. Neither did I, but I did notice something else. Right before Pepone seemingly forgot, a light in the device on the head began to blink. Could there be a connection? Someone also said something about soul cells. But who might we ask about this? If we continued making such inquiries, I expect we would only cause confusion. Indeed, if we can't readily solve the mystery about Namika, perhaps we could search for Calcia instead. Sphene said to try the Thunder Yards. It should be in this direction. Impossible. Huh? Another kind of mechanical soldier. It looks dangerous. We better destroy it. Ah. Should we give chase? I think it understood our words. It might be worth asking it some questions. Aaronville, are you alright? You look like you've seen a ghost. It's nothing. I'm fine. Well, it went off in the direction we're headed anyway, so let's try to track it down. nothing but birds over here. No sign of it over here. That voice, could it be? That's so. You found it? To the northeast, then it must be bound for the mines. Come on then. It could well be a trap, so let's not rush in too quickly. Crazy looking, man. The stones in those crates, could it be turquoise? I think it's safe to assume it went into the mines. An old coal mine. It appears to have long since been abandoned, like so many other places. So it went in here. Or there. I heard faint voices coming from inside. So it's not alone, but we're still going in, of course. This may be a trap. Be ready for a fight, everyone. It would appear no one has worked these tunnels in quite some time. I'm not worried. We've had to improvise countless times before, after all. The tunnel just keeps going. They devised me with electro. It seems to be the only one here. Okay, so electro is like their technology, basically. Oh. Just one more area. I can hear them, several people up ahead. I can't make out their conversation with the echoing. Let's keep going. Stay on your guard.
What is this?
Ironville!
A trap?
It really is you!
Huh?
Who?
I just have to get a look at you in the light. And I can still hardly believe my eyes. But it is you, my darling Eldersphere!
My darling, what now?
Oh, it's so good to see you, my fussy little bun bun. But what are you doing here? What brings you all this way?
Fussy little bun bun.
Why the long face? Aren't you happy to see me after all this time?
I know that laugh anywhere. Mother?
Wait. Since when was your mother a weird floating thing?
And what have we here? Say, aren't you Galul Jaja's kitten? I knew I recognized that adorable fuzzy face. Ellenesphere was always so excited whenever you invited him over to play. You remember me, I hope?
I can't say that I do, but you know my father?
Appearances notwithstanding, it would seem this is my mother, Kafkiwa.
I'm sorry?
Oh, this won't do. Come in, come in! Friends of my Ellenesphere are always welcome.
All I ask is a little forewarning, but no.
Just when I thought I was starting to get a handle on this place. How are things still getting stranger?
I can't say I understand what's going on, but at least Kachura is safe. The Algans. The Algans had machines that could be controlled remotely. Is she using something similar to communicate with us? At this point, I doubt anything could possibly surprise me. Annabelle's mother is a floating machine, right? That makes about as much sense as everything else thus far. My inventory's getting full, dude. As far as I can tell, this is indeed my mother. I can think of few people in the world quite so spirited. But alas. But as to what happened, we'll need to ask her. Let's hear what she has to say. It's so wonderful to meet you all. And the students of Belston, it's been a while since I heard that name. Dare I ask the reason for your appearance? Oh, this? It's just a body that I control remotely. I use this for our operations. We're members of the Resistance Organization. Oblivion, we call ourselves, and our goal is to thwart Zoralja's ambitions for conquest. As the leader, it's prudent that I remain where I can't be easily found. I see, whimsical appearances notwithstanding, yours is a serious case. Right you are, though, truth be told, Oblivion was founded for an altogether different purpose. And that is? As I expect, you've already noticed everything you see within this dome, the buildings, the people, the very earth beneath our feet, is a fusion of two worlds. Stopping such a fusion was Oblivion's original mission. Then does that mean you know who or what is responsible for it? I'm afraid not. This was a long time ago, and our mission statement has become more of a legend that's passed down to members. By the time we joined, our sole objective was stopping Zoralja. But we failed to do that, and now he's taken his army outside the dome. None of you wear those strange devices on your heads. Does that have something to do with your work? You mean this? It's a regulator, the pinnacle of electro technology, and that we don't wear it is indeed related to our operations. What exactly does it do? Allow me to explain. Regulators have two primary functions. The first, as the name suggests, is the regulation of the wearer's reserve of souls. Should they die, the regulator expends a soul to bring them back to life. Some crazy shit. Reserve? You mean people walk around carrying spare souls? They do. Souls are packaged in cells and they can be used to replenish the life force that is lost due to sudden deaths, such as in accidents. They do nothing for those who die of old age, though. Distribution of soul cells is based on one's work evaluation to encourage exemplary performance when fulfilling their duties. Souls are a common resource and payment for services rendered. The void sent practice of consuming others for their aether comes to mind, and similarly, I expect that the act comes with some risks. Wouldn't the consciousness of others corrupt your own? That is prevented through memory management, a process in which regulators also play a role. Memory management, then the reason everyone has forgotten Namika's existence. The regulators are constantly recording the memories of the wearer, so if they should suddenly die, their memories can be refreshed as part of the restoration process. This is how they preserve one's identity and sense of self. However, the regulators are also triggered when someone else dies. Reason being is that the regulators forcibly extract memories relating to the deceased from anyone wearing one. Why would they do such a thing? One second. It's a kindness bestowed upon the people by Eve's Keep core system so that no one has to suffer the pain of loss. So this is what it's meant by the memories being in the cloud. Indeed, all memories of the deceased are wiped from the minds of the people and archived in the system. It's a frightening function of the regulators and an integral step in soul cell production. You see, when a person dies of natural causes, their soul is temporarily housed within the regulator. It's then delivered to a facility where memories are separated from the soul. The result is a fresh soul cell, free of impurities, ready for distribution and consumption. That's fucked up, that's messing with the afterlife shit. Meanwhile, the memories are stored in the core system to be remembered forever. And this is why people are happy here. On its surface, it's similar to the Yokoi philosophy, but I see nothing noble or comforting in it. Well, it doesn't seem too terrible to me personally. All comes down to what you used to, I suppose. Like the barrier encasing Alexandria, this system was created to overcome the calamity that transformed the world hundreds of years ago. Amidst the mounting death toll, scientists used Electrope to devise a means to save what lives they could, so that the nation could endure. I understand the people of Alexandria did what they believed was best to save their people. I just find it hard to believe the Raleigh would also accept this way of living. It came as a shock to us as well. In fact, a great many were opposed to it, which is why the use of regulators was never compulsory. People have always been free to go without them if they so wish. Safine didn't strike me as the sort of ruler to impose her will on others. Ah, so you've already met. She's the one who suggested we come to the Thunder Yards in the first place. She also said she wants to help us stop Zoralja. Awfully kind of her to point you in my direction and to speak so candidly as well. Whatever her motive, she has given the people a choice: live with the risk of true death or the security of the regulators. Everything that lives must someday die. That is the natural order of things. Quite right. But however you feel about them, it would be easier to understand what the regulators are capable of if you saw it for yourself. I know just the person to show you. As luck would have it, they should be starting work right about now. Who are we going to see exactly? Come with me and you'll find out. This song. Take care not to get struck by lightning out there. One fellow reckoned you could dodge them by jumping back the instant there's a flash, but that's crazy if you ask me. Nice Final Fantasy X reference. Alright, I do love this song. Firearms make the most sense for people who don't have combat training like us. That's why we salvage as many as we can from the mechanical soldiers and convert them for our use. Nostalgia is my twin sister. Like most people, we both used to wear regulators, but well, let's just say a lot happened. To alter the memories of the populace with such precision is no small feat. What did she intend to show us? So those regulators are to blame for everyone forgetting Namika, for forgetting what a wonderful person she was. I'm sorry, but I just can't accept the idea of using souls as a resource. I feel you. Weird to see how the regulators work, but how? Everyone here? Good. It's the responsibility of the Thunderyard hunters to fell any fiends found wandering the area. We're to meet an acquaintance of mine, Strika, one of these hunters. What do you think is in this box? I'm guessing food. Judging by its name, I take it the facility is gathering lightning energy. Let's get this over with. Strika will show you what life can be like wearing a regulator. While I am not blind to the potential benefits of these regulators, the risks inherent in giving another party the power to alter your memories cannot be overstated. Never mind the ethical considerations of using souls in such a fashion. Given the opportunity, I should very much like to study Electrope on behalf of the students. Kasuya, what are you doing here? And with so many friends. Apologies for the interruption, but I was hoping they might observe you at work. Hunting, you mean? That's fine, I guess. Hold on. I assumed they were wearing special regulators like Queen Safine's crown. Also, the crown's a regulator, too. But they aren't wearing anything at all. It's much too dangerous to be here without one, but if they are struck by lightning or attacked by beasts, I can assure you they're all quite capable of looking after themselves. If anything should go amiss, I will take full responsibility. Well, don't say I didn't warn you. Danger aside, there isn't really much to see. Kachua said you're a hunter, but wouldn't it be easier for those mechanical soldiers to guard this place? It would, if not for the fact they're weak to lightning. The Thunderyard being what it is, they've been ordered to steer clear. Some good they are, eh? But these facilities are vital to the upkeeping of Alexandria's infrastructure. So it falls to hunters like me to deal with any fiends. Given the danger, we're well compensated for our work. It's a perfect profession for anyone looking to build up savings. The special selection of souls for hunters isn't terrible either. I brought this lot here to see this danger you speak of, if it's not too much trouble to ask. Ah, of course, in which case, it'd be a shame to waste my efforts on just any old beast. You all handle yourselves in a fight, right? Can handle yourselves in a fight, right? If you cause a ruckus slaying what critters you see nearby, there's a chance you'll draw out something worthy of a demonstration. I'm not sure I understand, but I suppose we should each slay what we can. My fussy little bun was never any good at fighting, and this body of mine isn't suited to it either. We'll leave this work to your capable hands. I'm afraid I must leave the fighting to you. This one will do nicely. We'll help you. It's fine, really. I've faced worse. Just watch. I don't like the looks of this. Let us help. Oh no. Look out. Oh. Preserve. She needs healing. That was embarrassing. The bastard caught me off guard. Are you mad? Seriously, let us help. I told you not to worry. This will only take a moment. Just like Sorrel-ja. Come on, let's get out of here. That's also a function of the regulator. I think I understand now how Sorrel-ja was able to return from the dead and defeat Baba, but I'm not sure what we saw at the end there. As soon as the regulator turned red, it was as if you were possessed. Your movements became beast-like. Don't tell me, you empowered yourself with the soul of a beast. I'm reminded of the serpentine soldier we encountered at Vanguard who did the same. So you've crossed paths with one of the king's elite. Such a form can only be achieved from gorging yourself on souls. We could do the same in theory, but it's incredibly dangerous. Besides, it's not as if they'd allow hunters to carry that many souls to begin with. Well, I should be getting back to work. Take care. Surreal place. And there you have it. Regulators can be loaded with two kinds of souls, those of people and those of beasts. The souls of people can be used to grant the user free turn or natural strength. Naturally, they can also be used to ensure no one suffers an untimely death. And what about the souls of the beasts? They work much in the same fashion, imbuing you with the strength of the chosen animal. If, for example, you use the soul of a wolf, you would grow more agile and feral, as you saw with Strika. Using several of the same type at once, however, would result in physical changes. Your teeth might become fangs, your nails claws. Too many and you'll become more beast than man. Changing one's form through the souls of other beings, it becomes more and more reminiscent of Void Sun. Yet unlike the Void, where the cycle of death and rebirth is simply broken, souls here are forcibly taken before they might reach the ethereal sea, different means to achieve similar ends. A cycle to which all within the dome are bound. This is wrong. This is all wrong. It is indeed hard to accept, being so far removed from our own beliefs. Perhaps more shocking is that the technology to achieve all this was developed hundreds of years ago. The civilizations in the reflections are surprising indeed. I've never seen it for myself, but it's said that if a beast's soul is potent enough, a single soul is enough to induce a monstrous transformation. Sphene speaks of lived experiences that suggest she's far older than she appears. Considering the power of these regulators, perhaps it's not so far-fetched. I understand this part of their culture, but it's no less disconcerting. Having seen the beauty of the ethereal sea firsthand, I simply cannot accept what they have done here in Alexandria. When Emmett spoke of surprising civilizations and other reflections, I wonder if he had Alexandria in mind. Well, we all have our thoughts on souls. For now, the important thing is we know what power Zorulja has at his disposal. It is one thing to separate corporeal ether from incorporeal ether, but to strip memories from the soul entirely is unprecedented technology. This is no longer only Toliolo's concern. With his newfound power, Zorulja has become a real threat to the entire world. Indeed, he has to be stopped, no matter the cost. Regulators give Zorulja a frightful advantage. And that's just one of the devices he's gotten his hands on. If we're to have a chance of defeating him, we have to learn all we can about the technology he has at his disposal. I trust you've gained an insight into the use of souls in Alexandria. It's shocking, I know. I was overwhelmed myself at first. I expect you'll need some time to digest it all, but for now, let's head back to Earth and Sky. At this rate, there's something I want to discuss with everyone. Let's take a moment before we head into the tunnel. Tis well that we could see firsthand how regulators are used to draw upon even the souls of friends. I shudder to imagine how powerful Zorulja could become. What does Lamatio wish to discuss, I wonder? To think that everyone has lived here for 30 years, long enough to become accustomed to the way of life. I understand the argument that we should keep an open mind if this practice is integral to their culture, but every fiber of my being rails against it. I'm sorry for delaying us, but I have some thoughts I need to share. In both technology and values, it's plain there's a wide gulf between Toliolo and Alexandria. And while Zoral Ja knows everything about us, we know hardly anything about what he's become. Indeed, we haven't even seen what lies within the enormous tower Everkeep. So here I'd like to make a proposal. That is, we work with the Kachura and her people. We need to learn as much as we can about the enemy. Quickest way would be to join hands with Oblivion. We've only just met them, I know, and we shouldn't be too quick to trust, but the fact remains that they share our desire to stop Zoral Ja. Sifen, too, claims to be at odds with the King of Resolve. May I ask why you would cooperate with Oblivion instead? It's simple, really. Their leader is Arenville's mother. Meanwhile, whatever Sveen may feel, she's the ruler of this nation. There's a greater risk in working with her, and less reason to take her at her word. A fair point, and knowing Zoral Ja, we must assume that his arrangement with Sveen was not made without some consideration. All I know is that it would be heartening to have allies in this strange realm. I think everyone would agree that any help we can get would be welcome. Hold on, there's no guarantee that it's actually my mother behind the machine. Without seeing her in the flesh, we can't rule out the possibility of a ploy. If it turns out to be a trap, we endanger not only ourselves, but everyone in Toliolo. As you say, we have no proof that it really is Kashrinoa, but I make my proposal in full awareness of this. Whether we're going to war or striving for peace, we need to learn as much as we can, otherwise we can't hope to do anything meaningful. As it stands, we know too little about this realm. We need to remedy that. We need to study the enemy, and when the time comes, strike down Zoral Ja for good and all. What's more, I trust you, Arenville. You've always had great instincts, honed from your time training under your mother. What if I'm wrong? What if sentiment is clouding my judgment? I trust you as well. That's always the way of it with you. Fine, if you're set on this, then I'll say no more. Then it's settled. Let's head inside and secure ourselves some new allies. I agree with Wook Lamont. It's a gamble regardless of whether or not we choose to work with the people here, and more knowledge is better than less. While I'm all for dealing with Zoro Jal, we need to consider how our actions may affect ordinary Alexandrians. They're not the enemy after all. The vow of resolve is possessed of conviction and flexibility both. If the tales are true, she learned much in the course of the rite of succession. With the resources at their disposal, I'm hopeful that Kat Chinua and her people will make great allies. I'm accustomed to seeing her make decisions like a ruler, better than her former vacillating self, though. You understand how regulators work now. I trust is one of those things that's best seen in action. Oh, hello again. The wildfire can be very dangerous out there. You need to take care if you don't want a regulator. Gosh, Surya, there's something I need to tell you and your people. We came here for no other reason than to strike down Zoro Ja. But I thought he was your brother. Do you really mean to kill your own kin? My kin invaded our nation and murdered our people. As vow of resolve, it fails to me to bring him to account. I am prepared to do what I must, and I won't hesitate when the time comes. Like us, you and yours opposed to Zoro Ja. In light of this, I propose that we work together to stop him once and for all. I realize that this is sudden, that it's a gamble to trust someone you've only just met. But I would trust in the conviction of anyone who shares my goal. So fight with me, I beg you. As you say, our goals align, and I doubt your resolve in the least. If you hadn't proposed working together, I wouldn't have done so instead. Truth be told, it's been tough going at it alone. While we've gathered ample intelligence, we don't have the strength to take decisive action. Besides, how could we not trust you? My only son is with you, my fussy little bun bun. He's all the reason I need. Then it's decided. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Thank you, Kachua, everyone. Together we'll achieve great things, I'm sure of it. Then let's not waste any time. We've been wondering about Zoro Jaja's whereabouts. Wondering, is there a place inside that tower? After a fashion, the king resides on the uppermost level, but while Queen Spain has a penchant for going out in public, he seldom shows himself. What's more, his movements are highly classified. Not even his commanders are privy to that information. If anyone knows where he is at any given time, it could only be the Queen. Even if you don't know where his whereabouts, Zoro Ja will eventually march on Toriolo again. That's when we can go after him. The drawback is we'd have to wait for the invasion to happen. Innocents would be put in harm's way. There's also the possibility that he'll leave everything to his minions and not command the army in person. No, he'll take the field. What makes you so certain? My brother has always yearned to surpass our father. That's why he attacked Toviolo. After waiting for 30 years, the first thing he wanted to do was demonstrate his newfound strength. But killing Papa didn't satisfy him. Now he's bent on proving himself stronger than me and Koana, who bested him in the right of succession. He challenged me to strike him down. He wants a duel to show everyone that he's superior to the Dawn Servant, and he won't let his minions deprive him of the pleasure. Then why hasn't he appeared and given you your chance? Surely he's aware of our presence here. At that, I can only guess. Perhaps he wants to dazzle us with his wondrous realm, but if he won't deign to appear, then we'll force him to do so. Even as we gather intelligence, we make no move to attack him. Show absolutely no interest in the confrontation. Knowing him, he'll tire of waiting and turn his attention to Koana instead. He'll attack Toviolo again, like he said he would. I see. If you believe this is the best approach, then we have no objections. Any campaign against Toviolo requires that Zorolja lead his forces through Vanguard. We'll have lookouts keep an eye on it day and night. Such a tragedy is certainly viable. If we're proceeding with it, though, we should warn those outside. Indeed, they'll need time to prepare their defenses. I should be glad to coordinate our efforts. I'm already in regular contact with Yustola, and we'll make sure to keep our comrades apprised of developments. You can leave Vanguard to us. We'll send word at the first sign of movement. It seems we have a plan. While we wait for Zorolja to move, you do well to prepare for battle, and it begins with familiarizing yourself with the technology that empowers him. To that end, I'll show you to Oblivion's main headquarters. Oh, I thought this place was it. You'll be impressed to know that we're located right inside that tower in the residential district of Solution 9. Hiding a tree in the forest, as it were. The only question is how to get you through the checkpoint. Ah, about that, Sphene said she'd make it so we could enter without issue. She did. Curious, she's not supposed to have such authority over the sentries. If I recall correctly, her words were that she would register us as guests. I see. Perhaps we're in the clear then. I see you. When you're ready, come and meet me at the tower entrance. Before you head out, give us a moment to introduce ourselves properly, eh? After all, names are good to know when working together. It's eerie hearing my mother's voice come from that particular machine. If this isn't their main headquarters, I can't imagine what the actual place is like. The intelligence that Katsuya and her people possess will be very useful to our efforts. Between making new friends and entering the tower, I can't help but feel a little excited. Is it just me, or are Arendro and Katsuya complete opposites in personality? Nice to meet you. If Katsuya trusts you, then so do we. While Oblivion has operatives all over, we're the main crew here. I'm Geode, the leader of this hideout. And the dependable young twins behind me are Nostalgia and Wowake. I'm Nostalgia. It's a pleasure to meet you. My sister and I were born and raised inside the barrier. We've been with Oblivion for 3 years, and our main duties are surveillance and provisioning. Twins, eh? That explains the resemblance. Wawake is a Tanawara and name, unless I'm mistaken. That's right, our mother is Toriorian and our father is Alexandrian. They wanted to honor both cultures. They're beautiful names. Thank you. Though I have no memory of my mother, I'd like to think I carry a part of her with me. So, what made you decide to join Oblivion? We wanted to avenge our father. Ambrose was his name, and years ago he was taken away after a scuffle with a soldier over a disagreement. It was a minor incident, so at first we clung to the hope that he'd be released, but when months went by with no word from or about him, we made the decision to remove our regulators. We had already lost the memories of our mother. We didn't want to lose those of our father as well. They're all forgotten about him now, everyone who had known him. That bastard, even here, he thinks nothing of his own people. Sometime later, we were approached by a member of Oblivion, hoping to get justice for our father. We joined the Order. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to darken the mood. No, I appreciate you sharing this. Together, we'll avenge your father. Thank you. Something tells me you have what it takes. You introduce yourself too. Go on. It's pretty much the same story for me. And while mine is a Tanawatan name, I haven't the faintest sight how things are outside the barrier. It's my dream to go and see it with my own eyes. Our mother's homeland. Once peace is restored, you must come and visit. The wilds are beautiful and the food delicious, and everyone's so nice. You'll love it. And that's us here. You'll meet others in the back room. That's our headquarters. Some of them are a little eccentric, but they have good hearts all. Uh, Ellen Sheep, one last thing. It isn't exactly my place to say this, but thank you for seeking out Koichi. She talks about you so much, it's clear how important you are to her. That's all. Be good to your mother while you still can, eh? Well, we'll let you go now. Feel free to use the hideout as you like.
You've been consulting with Wook Lamont. No matter. I do not know what you are scheming. But when your realm lay on the brink, you were powerless. You had no choice but to turn to me. Whatever sentiment you may feel for her, it is my power you require, is it not?
Perhaps. And yet, knowing the love that Wook Lamont bears for her people, how she regards them all as kin, I cannot help but wish to spare her the same pain I have suffered. What's more, her friends possess new knowledge. Were we to work together, we might find another path. I know you're loath to consider it, but is there no hope for peace with Tuliolo? What we've already done may be unforgivable, but it needn't continue. You needn't kill your brother and sister.
I slew my only flesh and blood. Yet you attempt to sway me with an appeal to family. The memory of my father's final moments still fills me with disappointment. Age came for him before I did. For long years, I sought to prove the miracle. And weak as he was, defeating him achieved nothing. To kill them is my only recourse. Wook Lamont and Kona, who bested him as he was in his prime.
They are still your siblings, even if not by blood. That such bonds should mean so little to you.
I am bound to no one. Serve none save myself. I made that clear when first you spoke to me in the Golden City. Remember, I can easily kill your beloved family. If you would protect them, cast aside any foolish notions. Your wisdom and abilities are valuable insofar as our goals align. So think well before you act, Queen of Reason. Wook Lamont, if you are father's worthy successor, then you will find your way to me. But should you fall short, I will lay waste to Tuli Yolal.
What now?
Excuse me. Alright. Well, I gotta call it here, but thanks for watching. And I hope to catch you in the next one either tonight or tomorrow. Be easy.